What's up, distant learners? Again, it doesn't look like you're on. Make sure you're on. Sending in chat that you're on, or else you are marked absent, whether you're distant learning or not. Hopefully, quickly, and then we will get into our lesson. Hopefully, we can finish today, review, and then we'll have our quiz tomorrow. All right, but let's pray. Any prayer requests? Still?
Oh, yeah.
Any new prayer requests? Nothing? All right, let's pray real quick, and then we'll do the verse quiz. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everything you do for us, Lord, on the daily, all the blessings you give us, all the things we take for granted, Lord. Most of us are here, so that means we had transportation. Most of us were able to get up and have running water and food. Just simple things that us as Americans take for granted, including me. Please help us to be more thankful. Also, thank you that we get to be here at school in person, to be with our peers, and to be able to learn in person and to be able to be safe. Thank you for no outbreaks happening this year at our school. Although they are happening at some other schools, please protect them, continue to protect us. Please help all the kids today, Lord, and this verse quiz they're about to take, for them to not only to focus to get a good grade, Lord, but to think what the words are saying, so we can use it in our lives and in our testimony throughout our lives. Please help Emma and her family, Lord, with her grandfather, as he's going through a time of struggle and health issues, Lord. Please protect him and give him comfort through this time, but also give peace and comfort to Emma. It's easy, but please help us be able to do that. Please help Kylie and her unspoken, Lord, keep all of our thoughts and all of our needs, Lord. Please just provide the comfort or the peace or the wisdom or strength that she needs in whatever it may be. Also, please help Miss Gleb, Lord, as she's supposed to be back, I believe, tomorrow in school, but she's coming home from a tough time, losing her father, and as their close family, and I'm sure it's tough, Lord, and please give her comfort, Lord, as it's not going to be easy. She's probably going to put a smile on her face, but she's going to be torn inside. So please allow us, maybe, even if we don't know Miss Gleb that much, to be able to go and say, hey, we're praying for you. Hope you're doing well. Please help her. Amen. We're going to take this verse quiz real quick, and then we will get into the next lesson. Make sure nothing is out. I'm going to be walking around. There should be no phone, paper. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, make sure you're putting your name in the chat so I know you're Solid answer. Always the easy answer. Okay, yeah, we finished talking about the pre-existence, covering what? Facts. That's what I was looking for first. We talked about the facts, and then we talked about the form of the Christ pre-existence. What two things did we cover yesterday about the form of Christ? We have two more to talk about. We talked about two. Basically. Distinct from God, John 1:1, right? What word did we talk about? There's like a specific word in John 1:1. With. It meant what? Face to face. You already said that. Sorry, yes, sir. Face to face or looking at or looking towards. Remember I was talking about that? Showing how there's a distinct between Jesus and God. Although they're in the Trinity, they're the same being of God. They're not the exact same person. Okay? And then what else did we talk about? That Jesus is, he's truly God, right? We talked about the deity of him, how he is truly God. In the New Testament, when he claimed to be God, what did the people or the Pharisees say? No, that's blasphemy. There's no way you can be man and God. Okay, what do a lot of false religions or beliefs or groups of people think think he is in his eternality? He's an idea on earth, from his birth in Bethlehem to the death and burial at Golgotha. All right, so we're going to continue with the form of Christ's preexistence. We should be able to finish that, and also hopefully be finished the rest. If not, we'll have to finish review tomorrow and then have the quiz Monday, which I don't like doing Monday stuff, but that's what happens when we have a Monday off. Make sure you guys have everything out, and we will begin. Again, we talked about those two things. Okay, today we're going to be talking about how Jesus is in the form of the Creator. In the form of the Creator. Okay, in John 1:3, it says that Christ created all things. Okay, we looked at it. I think we've had it also as a memory verse, John 1:1-3. Okay, it talks about him being the Creator. Okay, that he was there in the beginning of all time. Okay, so question. Could a thought, remember how we mentioned a lot of people believe Jesus was an idea? Could a thought create something? Okay, so right. So you guys have thoughts, I'm sure. Every day we all have thoughts. So imagine you have a thought. Crazy weapons or defenses, right? But we all have a thought. Okay, sometimes we think of, hey, what am I going to eat for lunch? Right? But that thought, now you microwave or sandwich and make it, right? But that thought alone, without you doing it, right? Okay, so how can Jesus be an idea? How can he be the Savior if he was just an idea? Does that make sense? Like, how can he exist in the beginning of time if he was just an idea? That's kind of claiming to it. With that, could someone less than God create? Could someone less than God create? No. Now we can make things or build things, but we can't just create something out of nothing. I mean, if you can, we'll tell someone, because that's crazy. Okay, that might be some not good things. God can only create something from nothing, right? The Big Bang we can't just imagine it or something. Like I said, blow up and make all these protons and neutrons to make mass. Sorry, I'm not. Not really something I have to cover a lot. We talked about last week in chapels. Most of us were there. Okay, Jesus as creator. And last thing, in the form, we see Jesus in the form of majesty. As majesty. And we mentioned Jesus as this before. In John 1:4, it describes Christ as a light. Okay, we've talked about this before, yes? That Jesus is a light. Okay, he's a light to us physically, but also eternally. We see him in all of his brilliance, splendor, and regal dignity. 1 Timothy 6:15 gives him the peculiar designation of being so bright that no man can approach him. Okay, so turn to 1 Timothy 6:15. 1 Timothy 6:15. Which in his times he shall show, who is the blessed and only potentate, the King of kings and Lord of lords. Okay, so talking about how Jesus, he will show. Okay, he will show us. A lot of times, like, the Bible references to the world being dark, right? It's a dark world full of sin, right? And as Christians, and as Jesus was, reference to light, right? We've all heard a story. Hey, how does the song go? This little light of mine, right? Talking about how we can be a light to the world. Okay, child song. Most of us probably have heard it. Okay, so we're talking about Jesus as a light to the world because of his brilliance, his splendor, his being God. Okay, many other verses may be read describing this brilliance and beauty of the Lord, saying that he's Lord of lords, King of kings. Okay, Psalm 104, 1 through 2, Daniel 10:6, Habakkuk 3 through. These are all a few verses that all references to Jesus as majesty, as King of kings. Okay, like in mythology or Egyptian false gods, right? It always appears to have this one supreme sun, God of the ground, God of this animal, God of that animal, right? In Greek mythology, you have God like different elements or places or like ideas or thoughts, right? But you always have this supreme God. Okay, Zeus, in Egyptian, it's Marduk, right? You have all these different false gods, but there's always one leader. All right, well, Jesus, okay, just on earth, we have kings and rulers. In America, we have a president. Okay, although they might be rulers and have power here on earth, Jesus, and the Bible tells us multiple times, I could read probably hundreds of verses, or at least close to 100 verses, saying Jesus is King of kings, Lord of lords. Okay, these people that have power on earth, they have no power in eternal life. So Jesus has conquered death. He's conquered all his power. We've talked about in government, right? He is the one who gives power. Okay, he is majesty. He is King of kings. Okay, so this is dealing with the form of God. Okay, question, is it any wonder that when God came down to Moses on Mount Sinai, he took such great precautions to keep himself veiled from the people? Have you guys ever thought about that? Okay, so in the Bible we have Moses. He goes up to Mount Sinai for what? The Ten Commandments. Someone said over there, the Ten Commandments, right? Okay, most of us sure already know that. He goes up there. Okay, and does anyone know or remember how the Bible describes Moses after meeting with God? What? He's glowing. Okay, God couldn't even show himself directly to Moses. He had to kind of hide himself while talking to him because he's so glorious in that way for our human eyes. And because that affected Moses so much, he comes down from the mountain. Could you imagine? Okay, we come to school tomorrow. Noah comes into class, as dead as he might be. No, I'm choosing Noah because it's ironic. Okay, he comes into class. We're all here. I leave the lights off. Okay, he comes in and he's just this bright light. He's just shining. He's just glistening. We're all just like, whoa, Noah, what's going on, dude? Is that like radiation? Like, what's going on? Right? Are you going to blow up? But no, seriously, in all seriousness, could you imagine that though? Say Emma comes in and she's just glowing like a star. Literally. Not metaphorically. Literally. Shh, quiet, quiet. But it's just a thought, right? Imagine Moses coming down from the mountain. Israelites have kind of like started to forget about God, give a little pass. Their worship starting to go back to their false gods. Moses comes down. He's shining like a light. Now, I would like to imagine sometimes, obviously the Bible doesn't give us every detail of every story in history of the Bible, right? Not every detail. So I like to imagine sometimes. Okay, so it doesn't mean it's true. It's just my imagination a little bit. Okay, so imagine I'm an Israelite. I didn't quite worship the false gods that they're worshiping. I'm just kind of a bystander. I'm just standing there. Like, man, where's Moses? He said to wait here for him. And we're at the bottom of this mountain, and I'm looking at this mountain, and I start to see this light. It's in the middle of the night. I'm like, what in the world is that? Is that a shooting star? Like, what is going on? Are we going to die because, like, something's going to blow up? Is it an angel? Right? Maybe it's an angel. Okay, no one's really seen an angel at this time. But it is. Okay, it kind of be scary. It's like, is this thinking this? And as he gets closer and closer, well, Moses went up there. Is that Moses? And he's shining like a light. And he comes down, and they realize, and he talks to him, hey, I was with God. Obviously, he uses the Ten Commandments, destroys the false idols. But maybe I'm this bystander, and I'm thinking, man, Moses got to see God and talk to God this whole time, and that's what he looks like. How majestic, how glorious would that person. So if I were there watching, I'm like, man, God is majestic. God is powerful. God is King of Kings, Lord of Lords. That's not human, right? Wouldn't that be crazy? I don't know. To me, it's crazy. Maybe not to you. Just a thought. But with that. Okay, also Moses caught only, right, like I mentioned, a fleeting glimpse of just the back of God's glory. Remember, he couldn't even reveal himself all the way to Moses. Maybe it would have blinded him or killed him. Okay? And his face, so just seeing the back of God, or the veil of God, his face shone so much that when he went back down to the people, they couldn't even bear to look upon without a veil. Okay, so once Moses was at the bottom of the mountain with the people, they couldn't even look at him. They're like, whoa, Moses, dude, you are too bright, right? Noah comes in the room, we're like, dude, Moses, cover yourself or something, right? Wouldn't that be a little weird, though? I know it's kind of a weird analogy, okay? But that's how it was. They came down, and the Bible tells us that they had to wear a veil. They couldn't even look upon him because of the glory of God. Okay, there's nothing humiliating about being a Christian. Okay, the dignity that comes in serving God far exceeds that of holding any political office on earth. Okay, just like I mentioned, go and read those passages I said. God is King of Kings. He is Lord of Lords. And we will one day share in his glory. If we're saved, we get to share the glory in heaven. Okay, so we've had some facts about the preexistence, the form of the preexistence, but we're going to see how we mentioned a little bit already, how in this, right, we have some facts, talking about Jesus' form or like his attributes or who he is. Okay, now we're going to talk about how, although we do have some facts, we have like who Jesus is, okay, we have to still have, and we mentioned it some in this lesson, right, we have to still have some faith, right? We have to have some faith for Christ's preexistence. Okay, this is kind of just, sorry, I forgot to move the notes. This is just talking about what I was just talking about, how he was a light, he dwells, there's a dignity in serving God that exceeds the role of earth's kings. I don't know if that's in your booklet, if you already filled it out, but those are there. All right, but we have our faith in his preexistence. Okay, these are the last things we'll get through quickly. Hopefully we'll have time. I think we will have time to study for the quiz. All right, John 1:10-12 just wrote, shows the various reactions of people to Christ when he is revealed to them. Okay, verse 10. Okay, first we have known by some. Right, it says he wasn't. Okay, made by him and knew him not. Okay, so some did not know who he was. He was unknown to some. Okay, verse 10 again revealed ignorance of Christ. He was in the not. Early in the chapter, verse 5, John wrote this, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. The Greek word translated for comprehended literally means to grasp by force and overwhelm. John was stating that the that we mentioned in verse 9 means real. Real. Okay? An idea, something fake. The light has been shining and still shines, right? It's eternal. Okay? Jesus' light in the coming Messiah. Still having faith in something that has, right, is a little bit different. Ours is faith in something that has happened, and then something that will happen in the end times. It shines in that the darkness has never been able to obliterate it. The Greek tense used for this verb implies that it occurred. The book of John, Satan tried unsuccessfully to gain victory over the light of the world. Who is the light of the world? Jesus. Even in his earthly ministry, right? He's wandering in the wilderness, okay? Wandering in the wilderness, what the number one thing is, and I'm going to start complaining, is when my stomach is empty, right? I'm going to get hungry. I'm always hungry. And when I am hungry, I get hangry. Okay, if you guys don't know what hangry means, you all knew what that meant. Okay, I get hangry. Okay, so Jesus is in this wilderness. Remember, he is man. He's getting hungry. Food. And then that didn't work. Okay, that would have probably worked on me right there. I would have lost. Human nature lost. Satan tempts Jesus with what? Do we know the story? With basically like things, right? Hey, I can give you this kingdom and this kingdom. Well, Jesus replies in the Bible, he said, hey, everything's already mine. I'm the King of Kings. You can't give me anything. Right? He knew his mission. And with that, okay, some people didn't know him, but he was that light of the world, okay, to all people. Okay, so some didn't know him. He was unknown to some. They didn't believe in him. Okay, but some, we see, refused him. They knew him. They knew of Jesus. Maybe they saw the miracles of him. Jesus. A lot of people just deny it. Or they're like, it's not true, or God's not real. A lot of things. Right? Jesus is real. A lot of people believe in his real. Their own thing. Okay, or if it's maybe something like, hey, about last week in chapel, he said, hey, because bad things, there's no way he's real. That kind of thing, right? A God wouldn't be this mean to let something like this happen. So some refused him. Verse 11 reveals the rebellion against the deliberate rejection of Christ by some people. And it says, he came unto his own, and his own received him not. He came unto his own. He became man. Okay, he did miracles, things that no one else could do. But people still said, no, I'm not going to believe. I'm not going to believe in you, Jesus. I don't want what you have. I don't want it. I'm going to refuse you. Okay, so we see unknown to some or by some, refused by some, but then we see how some received him. He was received by some. In verse 12, reveals the faith of some people. It says, but as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. Right, we talked about this in the first week, lesson 1. Okay, the term is saved. Right, a lot of us know what this is. We're saved. Okay, we have eternal life. We get to go where when we die? Heaven. Okay, we be with Jesus. Okay, this is as many as what? Receive him. To. Okay, so through Jesus, we get power to become the sons of God. It's a literal meaning. We get to become the sons of God. Right? We're saved. That means we're not bound by our sin any longer. Although we may keep on sinning, although we may keep on doing, always will forgive us. He'll never allow us to be unplugged from his hands, the Bible says. Okay, we can never become unsaved. No matter how bad of a person you become, you can't become unsaved. You're in his hand. We're the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. multiple verses, but Romans 10:13 says, "For whosoever calleth upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." Right? We talked about before, you call upon the name of the Lord. You believe on his name, and that he came to earth, lived a life, died on the cross, shed his blood for you and for me and the whole world. Okay, John 3:16 as well. That he died, then he was buried, and he rose again the third day. You believe that and accept that, well, you can be saved. You can receive him. You can be a part of the son that received him. According to verse 13, the people who received him as God were born neither of blood nor of the will of man. In the original language, not of blood, okay, so from the Bible, the phrase not of blood is actually plural, meaning not of bloods. Okay, this fact could refer to either of two things: the human birth, in which the blood of both parents is offspring, or the many animal sacrifices of the Old Testament. All these sheddings of blood cannot do what the shedding of Christ's blood did. Okay? There is no other blood that's the same as Jesus' blood. Okay, the song, any of you know of the hymn, "Nothing But the Blood." Okay, it's an older song. It's a hymn. Okay, but I'm sure a lot of you guys heard it. But we're saved through the blood of Jesus Christ, from him dying on the cross. Question, what about you? Three categories, right? We said some, Jesus was unknown to them. Maybe they didn't really know who he was. Hear of his name. Okay, some refused him, and some received him. Which one are you? What about you? What has been your reaction to Christ? Well, now we know you know of him. Okay, it's too late for that. Being Calvary Christian School, you're going to hear about Jesus. Last week in chapel, you saw proofs of Jesus. Okay, so it's too late for that. You can't be part of the... You know who he is. You've heard him. Okay, have you rejected him? Are you part of the... I know Jesus is real, or maybe I know who he is or of him, but I don't really want to accept him. I don't think it's really important. I'm young. I'm going to have a full life. Well, the Bible tells us everyone has an appointed time to die, and we don't know when that is. Miss Glad probably thought her dad was going to live a lot longer, right? He was only about 50-something years old. That's how old my dad is. I'm not planning and expecting my dad to die. I'm assuming most of you aren't expecting your brother or your parents to die right now at this moment. But we all have that to happen. But who do you believe on? Right? When we can believe on Jesus' name, it can give us comfort. It can give us peace. So are you going to receive him or refuse him? Are you going to ignore him or acknowledge him? Why not receive him today if you haven't already? Why not use the facts, the forms, the Bible, the truth that has told us about him to discover the pre-existent Christ is as our Savior? Why not today, if not already? All right, we're going to review for our quiz. If you guys have any questions after that, we can be done. We only have a few minutes, so let's review for it quickly. And that quiz will be tomorrow. Make sure your booklet is ready as well. All right. Quiz number 4. 10 questions as usual, some true and false, short answer, and one essay. Okay, true and false. Or some questions that are on here. The doctrine of Christ's preexistence was solely a New Testament doctrine. True or false? False. It is not. Okay, John presented his gospel much as Paul presented his doctrine in the epistles, with well reason. You should already know that's false. What's the difference? How did John prescribe it? How did John? He just said it. Paul did it in a way of debate, right? He said facts. He used these things. Okay, when John wrote, in the beginning, he meant the first days of Christ's earthly ministry. True or false? False. When did he mean? The beginning of time, before everything was even created. That he's Alpha and Omega. He's before all time began, and he'll be there after time has ended. Okay, so that one's also false. Okay, witnesses deny the eternal preexistence of Christ as a real person. Who is God? True or false? Okay, so witnesses deny the eternal preexistence of Christ as a real person. Who is God? True or false? True. True. Some short answer. Again, I don't want this class to be super hard. Okay, you do have to study, but I'm giving you literally almost everything you need. Okay? I want you guys to be able to just remember it, to be able to learn from it. By what name does God refer to himself in both Exodus 3:14 and John 8:58 that clearly declares Christ's preexistence? I am. I am. By what name does God refer to himself in both Exodus 3:14 and John 8:58 that clearly declares Christ's preexistence? And it's I am. What term is used to indicate the theory that God used evolution as the means by which he created all things? Theistic. Okay, which is belief in God. Theistic evolution. In John 1:1, what did Christ? Or we've not up there. We've done the verse already. In the beginning was the Word. The Word was with Christ. John uses the Word, or he uses the Word as the Word. That's what John calls Christ in John 1:1. And then here's the essay. Explain the importance of the doctrine of Christ's preexistence to our salvation. Okay, so explain the importance of the doctrine of Christ's preexistence to our salvation. Okay, I'm not going to give you a full answer for this one. Okay, you're going to have to do some research through the notes and booklet, but you're going to want to talk about things that support, so maybe some facts. Okay, maybe some references and stuff talking about with the form of Christ. Okay, maybe some things we talked about today. Okay, that is the quiz. That's it. I've given you everything that's on it. Class is dismissed. Thank you for staying for a minute extra. Distant learners, if you have any question, let me know. I'll get that quiz to you if you don't already have it, which I don't think you do. We'll have that quiz tomorrow. You guys are dismissed. Hello, sorry a few minutes late. Okay, I was writing down a verse. We also have a quiz in this class. Okay, it is over Romans, what is it, 13? 13, 5 through 7. So you want to write those down. Distant learners, turn those in. Make sure you're turning everything in. Last hour we also had a verse quiz, so make sure you're in class, paying attention. Lesson plans aren't always right. Sometimes we miss a day or something, so we get behind. So we have our verse quiz, Romans 13, 5 through 7. You may begin that. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, all right, we're back on stream. Hopefully you guys did your verse. Distant Learners looks like Christian Cormel is on. Glad to see you. Welcome, or Christian Halsey actually looks like, not Cormel. Glad to see you. Thank you for tuning in today. Remember, if you're not tuning in and saying you're in the chat, you do get marked as absent. Okay, we just had our verse quiz over Romans 13, 5 through 7. You can send that to me if you haven't already. You might have already sent it. If not, you send that to me, get a grade for that. We did that in class. Okay, I'm going to assign the homework, and that's all we're going to do today. Okay, give you a little rest day. We have pictures. We'll start a new chapter tomorrow, and that will be that. All right, homework. For some reason, my lesson plans have been a little off this week, so let me check this real quick. No, other than study for the quiz. Homework is page. Why is it so off? Makes me mad. All right, I want you to do, have you guys done page 84? Okay, you're not going to be doing all of it. Okay, so you're doing page, not 84, 82. Have you done page 82? I don't think you have, but have you done page 82? You did do page 82? The first part? Or did you do all of it? You did 1 through 6, right? All right, so you guys are going to do page 82, 7 through 9. Page 82, 7 through 9. Okay, that's all we're going to have today. So that means you guys will have finished the homework for the first section that we'll start covering tomorrow. Okay. Okay, distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. So make sure you get that quiz. Homework is page 82, 7 through 9. We'll start those notes tomorrow, so I'll get those sent to you as well. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Let me know if you need anything. Again, you have to communicate. If not, if you're missing work and stuff, you don't receive credit if you're not communicating or trying to do your best with that. All right, hope you guys are doing well. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to get started this morning. We're going to begin with chapter 9. Now, very quick note here. Chapter 9 has quite a few videos in it. So distance learners, you're just going to kind of have to bear with me on this because I can't show them on stream. Again, there's a link to the playlist in Google Classroom, and you can see which one goes where as far as which number of video goes where at the beginning of your supplement. It tells you based on chapter. So right now we're going to actually open chapter 9 by watching a video, and then I'll be right back. So sorry, distance learners, you guys just kind of have to sit tight. All right. Chapter 9, the chemical bond and intermolecular forces. We're on page 129 of your textbook, page 37 of your supplement. And first of all, let's define what we mean when we say the words chemical bond. When we say those words, we mean that this is an attractive force between atoms that is strong enough to enable the group to act as a unit. And of course, yeah. There we go. Now you guys can see the note. All right, an attractive force between atoms that is strong enough to enable the group to act as a unit, whether this unit be a molecule or an ionic crystal. Okay, either type is fine. That's still a chemical bond. And so we have a comparison and contrast chart here. For ionic compounds, these are crystalline solids with high melting and boiling points, whereas molecular compounds are gases, liquids, or solids with low melting points. Ionic compounds conduct electricity well when molten, but the liquid state does not conduct electricity in molecular compounds. And you might be, hold up, Mr. S. I know for a fact water conducts electricity and it's a molecular compound. No, it doesn't. Not by itself. There has to be impurities in the water for it to conduct electricity. Okay? So tap water, yes, will for sure conduct electricity. If you have a container of pure water, it will not. Okay? So just throwing that out there. Many ionic compounds are soluble in water, whereas molecular compounds tend not to be soluble in water. Soluble just means dissolvable, by the way. It's a word we use in chemistry, and sometimes we forget to define it. Okay? It just means dissolvable. Water, or aqueous, as we'll say it. I've heard aqueous. I don't know. I'd go with aqueous because it's how it looks like to me. These solutions conduct electricity well, and whereas aqueous solutions of molecular compounds tend not to conduct electricity well, that ionic compounds thing, if you just add a little salt to that pure water we were talking about before, it'll conduct electricity. Okay? You just have to have something dissolved in it. All right, finally, most are insoluble in nonpolar solvents, for example, benzene. Okay? And then most molecular compounds are soluble in nonpolar solvents. We'll talk about like versus like on that later, but just for now, that's your differences. This makes a great question for things like tests, quizzes, or maybe an essay. Okay, I don't know if I could have made that any less subtle, but anyway, there we go. 9.1, types of chemical bonds. The first type of chemical, well, first of all, let's talk about bonding in general. Okay? The most important factor, if I had to pick just one, affecting how atoms form chemical bonds is the number of valence electrons in each atom involved. Okay? Remember how at the end of the last chapter we talked about Lewis dot structures? Okay, this is where they're going to get real useful real fast. Okay? I'm going to adjust this for a minute so I can actually move. Okay. This is going to get real useful real fast. And so we're going to use something we call the octet rule. Now, the octet rule states that atoms will tend to react chemically so as to achieve a noble gas configuration or become more stable, either by losing or gaining electrons or by sharing electrons with other atoms. Atoms will do literally anything they need to do to get to that full valence shell, because that's when they become the most stable. Now, some care more than others. Others have definite preferences, okay, but they will get to that octet rule. So let's look at the first type. The first type of bonding is what we call ionic bonding, and this is the transfer of electrons from one atom to another. As a general rule, elements toward the left of the periodic table tend to lose electrons in bonding. Elements toward the right of the periodic table tend to gain elements in bonding, which makes sense if we remember our electron configuration from last chapter. Okay, once you get toward the right, I'm going to pick on fluorine because it's the bully of the elements, so I'm going to pick on it. Okay? Fluorine has 7 valence electrons. All it needs is one more. That's it. Okay? It just needs one more electron. And it will do literally anything to get it, including rip ones from poor calcium or poor sodium. It will do whatever it has to do. And if it has a buddy, hey, they'll both work together to pull one each from calcium, so that way calcium is left with a valence shell. And it's really in calcium's best interest that it lose its 2 valence electrons. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, kind of, maybe. So the more right you are on the periodic table, the more likely it is to gain electrons or pull them away from someone else. The more left, the more likely it is to lose an electron in the process. Okay, because they just have that one loner sitting out there, or two loners. Yes? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yes. Noble gases are exempt from that rule because they're already stable. Yeah, ignoring noble gases, yes, this trend applies. Now, an ionic bond is a chemical bond in which positively charged ions are electrically attracted to negatively charged ions. This is characterized by a transfer of electrons. This is figure 9.2. Okay, so notice this one has one left. It'll jump ship, fill in the other one. And yes, I know that this is an improper form of the molecular structure. We know that this is the wrong model, but it works for illustration. Okay? So that valence electron there on the left one will jump to the right one. It actually diminishes the one's shell count, makes the whole thing a lot more stable, and now it's a positive ion. On the other side, it gained that 8th electron. It's now got a full valence shell, and it's happy. But now it's negative. So then the two end up attracting each other. Does that make sense? Okay? This is ionic bonding. So let's show how we represent this. Seriously, where did I keep putting my remote? There it is. Let's talk about how we represent this. First of all, let's get on the right program. Sodium chloride, if we show it with Lewis dot structure, we don't normally show the Lewis dot structure in formulas. I've done it here so we can see what's happening. Okay? Sodium has a single valence electron. Chlorine is missing one. Okay, and that's actually what was animated there in the previous animation. So what happens is when they get close together, sodium's like, here, take it, chlorine. And then all of a sudden, like a magnet, they're stuck together. Okay? And it's like, and chlorine's like, thanks, but I didn't know you came along with the electron, but all right. All right, so sodium is then positive, chlorine is negative, and that's what forms a bond. We typically shorthand this into NaCl. Okay, we typically don't write the charges. We don't write the Lewis structures. None of that. Okay, that's how we normally write it. If I go on to magnesium oxide, well, magnesium needs to lose 2 in order to have its full valence shell on the next layer down. Okay, so it's going to lose 2. Oxygen needs 2, so this works out really well. So we get magnesium oxide. Are you noticing the suffix "ide" at the end of these? That IDE, instead of oxygen, I'm saying oxide. Instead of chlorine, I'm saying chloride. There's a reason. We'll talk about it soon. Okay? But I want you guys to start picking up on it. Potassium oxide. Oxygen needs 2. Potassium only has 1 to give. Because it's not going to give from the next set down, because no. Those are mine. Okay? But you can have this one. So potassium gets a buddy, and they together share with oxygen. Okay? And so we get K2O. I'm sorry, what? I don't follow. I'm sorry. Potassium? Because there are 2 slots in oxygen. They only each have 1. So because these only each have 1, we need to fill both slots, so we need 2 of them. Make sense? Cool. All right, so here's the takeaway for ionic compounds. Ionic compounds do not make molecules. They make crystals. And they make them in the ratio as indicated in their chemical formulas. For example, table salt means 1 sodium to 1 chlorine. Okay, do you guys see that there? That's 1 to 1. That's what that is. It's a ratio. Okay, but here's the deal. Even a single grain of salt. It's actually left from yesterday. Anyway, I had it with lunch. All right. Even a single grain, one of these grains of salt, has literally millions of atoms in there. It's not 1 to 1. There's not an individual molecule in any one of these grains of salt. They're just in the ratio of 1 sodium to 1 chlorine. Does that make sense? Okay? So it's that ratio that's important. Answer. We'll get to it. More specifically, in water, you can actually pinpoint exact molecules. In sodium chloride, you can't. Everything's bunched together. It's just in a 1-to-1 ratio. It's a technicality. Technically, a molecule is formed by a covalent bond by definition. That's as far as I'm going to get with it. All right. As a general rule, elements on the far left side of the table, specifically the metals, react with those on the far right, the non-metals minus the noble gases. Hey, there's my note about the noble gases. I knew I had one. Okay, to form ionic crystalline solids. In other words, if they're on opposite sides of the table, it's more likely that the one who needs a couple and the one who wants to lose a couple are just going to agree that they should lose a couple and they should gain a couple, and then they'll stick together based on charge. Does that make sense? Okay, that's the idea. If this thing will stay up today, we'll be all set. All right, so example 9.1. Tell which of the following compounds would be expected to contain ionic bonds based on what you just learned. Okay, so it's just yes or no. Would Na2O be ionic? Based on everything we just talked about, yes or no? Yes, they're on opposite sides of the table. Sodium just needs to lose 1, oxygen just needs to gain 2, so this is an ionic bond. Okay, what about magnesium chloride? Are they on opposite sides of the table? Yeah. Okay, so this is also ionic. What about, oh goodness, I think P is phosphorus? Phosphorus chloride. Would that be ionic? No. No, it would not. This would not be ionic because phosphorus is toward the right side of the table. It's in that other end of the main group. So this is going to be non-ionic. Now, we actually do have a name for it, but for right now, all you know is it's not ionic because it doesn't meet the qualifications. All right? I really need to have the periodic table up when I'm doing these. What is RB? Cool. Where is it? Oh, there we go. All right. Rubidium iodide, would that be ionic or non-ionic? Ionic. They're on opposite sides of the table. Rubidium just needs to lose 1. Iodine just needs to gain 1. Oh, der. I went over to the other screen. All right, so that would be ionic. Next one, barium fluoride. Where's barium? There it is, way down there. Got it. Cool. Yes, yes, it would be. Now, out of all of these, which would we consider to be the most ionic? In other words, which would have the strongest connection there, the strongest pull, if you will? What? Oh, no. Barium fluoride. If it contains fluorine, it's that one. That's based on the difference in electronegativities given to you in the last chapter. But seeing as a fluorine has 4.0, basically if it's got fluorine, it's that one. All right, so that's ionic bonding. That's the mean school bully on the playground bonding. Okay, you know, and best example I can think of is Phineas and Ferb. Okay, where Buford just like kind of carries around Baljeet once in a while. Okay, it's not exactly a good thing. It's not exactly healthy. I'm not encouraging it. I'm just saying it's that kind of relationship. Okay, that's ionic bonding. All right, so then there's covalent bonding. Covalent bonding is a chemical bond that results from the sharing of valence electrons between atoms. Okay, so this is water, essentially, or it's about to be water. You have hydrogen, 2 of those, and 1 oxygen. And what's going to happen is the hydrogen is going to fall into place, and it's going to fill it. It makes a Mickey Mouse sound. That's funny. Okay, anyway. Sorry, just got distracted. Anyway, it's going to fill both outer shells at the same time. Do you guys see that? I'm going to pause this. Let's see here. Don't loop. There we go. All right, so, yeah, I know, the Mickey Mouse. But notice that to hydrogen, it's full because it has 2 in its outer shell, and hydrogen only has the 1 shell in it, so it can only hold 2 electrons. Does that make sense? Hydrogen and helium are the exceptions to the octet rule, in that they only get 2, not 8. Okay? So hydrogen has 2 in both of the hydrogens, and notice that now oxygen has all 8 it needs. All its slots are full. Okay? And so this forms a covalent bond, and this results from the sharing of valence electrons between atoms. The mutual attraction of both positive nuclei for the negatively charged electron cloud holds the nuclei together in what's called a covalent bond. Okay? So it's sharing the electrons between each other, and since the electrons are being attracted to both nuclei at the same time, that holds them together. It's not like they're stuck together. It's the electrons don't want to leave, so the nuclei can't leave. Okay? It's like when you're at church and your mom starts talking to someone, and you just know you're going to be there for another like solid 20 minutes. Okay, you know what I'm talking about? You can't leave. And so you start up your own conversation, and then your mom's ready to leave, but you're like, but I started talking to anyway, moving on. Okay, it's one of those situations, except this one never ends. Okay? You eventually get to go to the restaurant or whatever after the church. Now, let's go through some examples here. If we have hydrogen with sodium as an ionic bond, okay, hydrogen can go either way. That's why I said there's argument about where hydrogen should be placed, because it can go either way. Because it only needs 1 left, it also has 1 to give. You following me? Okay, so if it combines with sodium, this creates an ionic bond because it'll just take the 1 from sodium, become a negative ion, and combine with sodium that way. Does that make sense? Because to sodium, it just wants to get rid of it. Hydrogen's like, yeah, sure, I'll take it. And then both are happy, and then they stick together ionically. However, hydrogen can also combine with another hydrogen, and this is what we call covalent. Now, covalent bonds can also be shown, you'll notice they're sharing them here, they can be shown as a single line, okay? Now, we're going to blend a couple classes here, so just bear with me. How many points determine a line? 2, same thing in chemistry. Okay, if you have 2 electrons, they can create a single line in a covalent bond. Does that make sense? Okay, so I just like to connect it to geometry that way because then usually everyone gets it faster. Okay, so that's the idea. All right, so 1 line is 2 dots. Good? All right. Now, if I have hydrogen with carbon, this starts to look messy. Believe you me, this was not fun code to write, but here we go. All right, so you have carbon, which has 4 slots open. All right, and then you have hydrogen, which has 4 things to fill. So what will happen in carbon is it'll kind of spread out its 4. Okay, you'll notice that we still write the original the way we would normally write the Lewis dot structure. But in order to fill it in, what we end up having to do, and this is not set up, what we end up having to do is kind of an in-between step. When we're making this diagram, we'll start with carbon, and we'll say, okay, there's 4 slots, so there's 4 bonding points, if you will, and we'll kind of create a Lewis structure that shouldn't actually exist according to the rules. Does that make sense? Okay, so that we can better illustrate the bonds. And so then as we're filling it in, well, there's a hydrogen with its electron, there's a hydrogen with its electron, there's a hydrogen with its electron, and a hydrogen with its electron. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's how we get the structure. Okay, we're not just making it up because this is actually close to the shape it'll actually take. We'll talk about that later on in the chapter. Okay, so again, we can represent those bonds as lines. Keep in line, a line is how many points? 2. All right, and it can be represented by the formula CH4. And finally, we have chlorine with chlorine, which is covalent. Okay, they each have 1 slot left. We bring the sharing to the left and right because it's a lot easier to just keep going left to right. Does that make sense? Okay, and then we get that structure, and it's just represented by Cl2. All right, now, these are molecules, except for that first one. Okay, these are molecules. These are distinct units. We can pick one out. Well, okay, I can't, but, you know, we can figure it out that they are distinct units. Does that make sense? All right, so with that in mind, we get out at 10:50, right? Cool. All right, so I'm going to finish up covalent bonding, and then I'll stop for today. Now, all these are examples of what we call a single bond, where there is a single pair of electrons between atoms. Okay, so all those previous examples were single bonds. There do exist, however, double bonds, where they share more than one pair of electrons. Oxygen is a prime example of this. Oxygen each has 2 slots. Well, then if they just share 2 pairs of electrons, then we're good. And so we get 2 lines, we get a double bond here, and that gives us oxygen. You'll notice that I've shown the electrons off in the corners. That's because, again, that's very close to what the shape actually does. Okay, and that's the goal of Lewis structures once they're bonded, is to show what it actually kind of looks like in a 2D representation. Okay, make sense? Okay. Now there does also exist a triple bond. These are rare and extremely hard to break, which makes anything bonded this way extremely stable. The key example here is nitrogen. Nitrogen shares 3 pairs of electrons with each other to form a triple bond. There's a reason why God chose to put nitrogen as the predominant chemical in our atmosphere. Because that triple bond is not easily broken. Wow, I did not realize that connected to a verse till just now. In Proverbs, we're told that a 3-fold cord is not easily broken. Now, it has nothing to do with chemistry, I don't think, unless that is a cue about this thing, nitrogen. Okay? But just throwing it out there, okay? It's even scriptural. It's very hard to break nitrogen. So it's a very good thing, because if the oxygen level were, I think they said it might be 1 or 2% more, wildfires would become unstoppable. They're already pretty close in California, but we're not getting into that. Okay, wildfires would be close to unstoppable. However, 1 to 2% less, life would have a very difficult time existing. But God chose to make the majority of our atmosphere completely inert, just to kind of dilute the oxygen to where it wouldn't be extra flammable, it wouldn't be extra combustive, it wouldn't, corrode things extremely quickly. Does that make sense? So God purposely put an inert chemical in there. Now, real quick, just throwing this out there, triple bonds, again, are rare. Nitrogen tends to be one of the main ones. Okay, most of the time you're going to see singles or doubles. All right, you cannot go above triple bonds as far as I'm aware. Watch, someone will find a molecule that proves me wrong. Okay, if you can, great. But for the most part, we don't treat anything above a triple bond as possible. Okay? Now, it is possible for a compound to include both ionic and covalent bonds. For example, magnesium sulfate. Notice I used a different ending, sulfate. That ATE talks about an ion. Okay? So SO4 is actually a specific ion that is then attached. Oh goodness, I hope this. No, wait, no. Sulfur is with oxygen. Sulfur and oxygen are bonded covalently and are then attached ionically to magnesium. Okay? So that's how that works. Covalent bonds typically hold atoms together in discrete molecules. However, we can still get a crystalline-like structure out of them based on which materials are there, and those are called covalent networks. These are composed of billions or trillions of atoms bonded together in what's called a macromolecule by strong covalent bonds. For example, a diamond is just carbon. That's all a diamond is. There's no other element, it's just carbon. Sorry to burst your bubble. It's just an extremely orderly and crystalline form of carbon. It's the same element that's in your pencil lead. It's just in a different form. All right, and then you see quartz is also a covalent network. I forget what makes up quartz. Hold on, let me see if it says it right here. Silicon and oxygen. Okay? Quartz is just silicon and oxygen in a crystalline form. That's it. But they're covalently bonded together. So this forms a macromolecule because covalent bonds form molecules. Ionic bonds form crystals. Okay? And there's more differences there, but that's as far as I'm going to take it with that. Yep, I'm done. All right, so that's as far as I'm going to get today. We'll pick back up here tomorrow. We're talking about metallic bonding and bond character and polar bonds. But there are three main types of bonds that you need to know for this class. There's covalent, ionic, and metallic. We've already talked about covalent and ionic. Okay, we're going to talk about metallic tomorrow. And then in covalent, we have two subcategories, polar and nonpolar. We'll talk about that tomorrow as well, Lord willing. All right, I will see you guys later.
All right, if you're watching online, all we're doing right now today is taking the quiz. So take the quiz, make sure you send that in to me, and then we have our test tomorrow over chapter 2 and 3.
Okay, page 5054 in your literature books. Okay, the questions will be on the screen. You can look for the answers in your book. Where is the remote? Oh, right in front of my face. Okay, this is just to help you guys understand this for some of us who don't get it. Okay. So, go ahead and begin working on these once these pop up on the screen. As soon as I plug it in. Okay, this should not take long. It is only 5 questions, but it's only from pages 50 to 54, okay? You don't have to write the question out, you can just write the answer. Is Grace absent for today? Mm. You guys know these answers before? A teacher can only hope. Raise your hand if you're almost done or done. Everybody done? Almost done? Raise your hand if you're almost done. Raise your hand if you're done. Okay, just a few more minutes. You should be finishing up with your quiz or your worksheet. And then once you are done, we'll go over that in a second. Just make sure you're finishing up, working on the last couple. Yep, you done? Good. Thanks. Anybody over there? Okay, everybody finishing up? Victoria, almost done? You done? You guys done? You need to know, look where the Bishop of Winchester is. So if it's talking about the Bishop of Winchester, yeah, it's on this page. Okay, you can't find number 5? You sure? Okay, look on this page. Okay. What number are you on, Kylie? The last one? Okay. You're on number... the last one? Okay. When it's talking about the bishop, he's accusing him, he's saying something that he's accusing him of, so... he was blaspheming something. It's highlighted, so. In this section. You're good. So, the Bishop of Winchester, he's accusing Dr. Taylor. He's saying blaspheming is basically something that's holy to them. And he's saying, Dr. Taylor, you're going against this certain thing. No. It actually has the word blasphemous in there. Good. Yeah, you done? Okay. Ian, how you doing over there? Good? Did you find the last one? No, so this is what Bishop Taylor, he's getting angry. He's accusing him of blaspheming something, so. Okay, so he's like, you're blasphemous the what? In that word. Or in that, not that one, the next one. So when the bishop is talking. You good, Kylie? Good. Thank you. Okay, we have everyone's. Did you guys find it? Okay, how's the word blasphemous in there? Yes, good. Okay, has the word blasphemous in there when he's talking to the Dr. Taylor? Or is the bishop talking? Point to the paragraph where he's talking. The bishop is talking. He's accusing Dr. Taylor of blaspheming something. All the way down there. Start where he's talking. Right there. Mm-hmm. Not this one. Right here. He's talking. Right here. I was like, I wonder why that's not looking good. Okay. Go ahead and finish up. Put those away. Oh, I'll keep those out. We'll go over those in a second. Thank you. Is that everybody's? Thank you. All right, let's go over this together. Who wrote who wrote the Book of Martyrs, class? John Fox. Okay, John Fox wrote the Book of Martyrs. In what town was Dr. Roland Taylor a pastor? Starts with an S. It is the town of Hadley, okay? The town of Hadley, all right? The town of Hadley is in Suffolk, so maybe that's what you were reading. But he's from the town of Hadley, okay? What is the name of the bitter persecutor who tried to institute the Roman Catholic worship? Okay, Foster, good. What was, or true or false, Dr. Taylor's friends encouraged him to answer the summons to appear before the Bishop of Winchester. False. What did they tell him to do instead? They told him to fly away. In this case, they told him to run away or go somewhere else. Okay. What did the Bishop of Winchester accuse Dr. Taylor of blaspheming? A blessed sacrament, or they accused him of being a heretic, okay? So that's what page 50 to 54 was about. Tonight for homework, you are to read the rest of the story and see what happens to Dr. Taylor. Okay. Obviously, we know that because he wouldn't be a martyr if he didn't die. But you need to, yes? Sorry? Number 3, what is the name of the bitter persecutor who tries to institute the Roman Catholic worship in Dr. Taylor's church? Let's go to that page, okay? Clerk. Okay, so Clerk just made the complaint against him. So Foster and John Clerk, bringing him within their popish sacrifice, who brought him with his implements. Okay, if you guys read on, the very bottom on page 51, it says, "Then said Foster, wilt thou traitorously heretic make a commotion and resist violently the Queen's proceedings?" So it is Foster who accuses him of being a heretic and stuff like that. Okay. Well, I'll look at it, okay? Alrighty, so that is, you guys, that was the quiz up to Frightening the Bishop. So your homework is to read a touching scene all the way to the end, the malice of enemies, find out what happens, and then we will discuss that in depth tomorrow. Actually, we'll probably watch a short video on that, okay? So tonight is to finish that story. All right, go ahead and take out your grammar books. Okay, take out your grammar books. I have some sentences written on the board. Turn to page number 33, distinguishing dependent clauses, okay? Some of us were kind of struggling in how to tell the differences between dependent clauses, if it was a noun clause, or if it was an adjective clause, or if it was an adverb clause. Okay, so this page will really tell you how to look for the differences, all right? So, if you guys look at 6.16, what I've been telling you guys from the beginning is you have to look at the function within the sentence, but 6.16 actually tells you of some ways that you can distinguish between an adjective clause, a noun clause, and an adverb clause, okay? So the first way to tell what an adjective clause is, look at your 6.16, okay? Adjective clauses are often introduced by words that can also introduce a noun clause or adverbs, okay? Those are the relatives that we learned, but words that introduce, look at the last sentence in 6.16, words that introduce noun clauses or adverb clauses do not have antecedents, okay? So we kind of already know or learned about what antecedents are. Those are words for which a pronoun or something stands for, right? So if I were to say he, and I'm talking about Mr. Coral would be the antecedent of the pronoun he, okay? That is for a word for which a noun or a pronoun stands for, all right? So with adjective clauses, when you're finding those have antecedents, okay? Look at your first sentence. Select a time when we can meet, okay? When is a relative pronoun. We know that relative pronouns introduce adjective clauses, all right, or relatives. Okay, when introduces an adjective clause that modifies the noun time. When has the antecedent time in the main clause. So the main clause is select a time. When we can meet is your dependent clause, but time is your antecedent for the word when, okay? So we know that when is describing time, okay? So adjective clauses have antecedents, okay? Let's look at noun clauses. Look at number 2, or your second example. I do not know when we can meet, okay? When introduces a noun clause that is used as a direct object, all right? When has no antecedents. So in that sentence, you can't look at a different word and say, oh, that is the antecedent of the word when, because there is no antecedent, okay? So when we can meet is a direct object. It's answering who or what, because your whole subject is I. Your verb is do know. I do know who or what. When we can meet is your noun clause used as a direct object, okay? Let's look at when it's used as an adverb, okay? We can meet when you have time. So time is in that sentence. However, it is part of the clause. It's not the antecedent, okay? It's not the word that the adjective is describing. So we is your subject of the main clause, of the independent clause. Can meet is your main verb, okay? When you have time is an adverb clause describing can meet, okay? That's why it's used as an adverb. Hopefully this is making a lot more sense or is helping you determine what the clause is, okay? 6.17, an adjective clause can be confused with a noun clause used as a positive. We went over this yesterday, but I do want to stress this. An adjective clause can be confused with a noun clause used as in a positive whenever the clauses are introduced with the word that, okay? Let's look at the explanation. One can easily determine the difference by substituting the word which for the word that. If which can be sensibly substituted, then the clause is an adjective clause, okay? Look at this example, all right? The suggestion that we leave early was well received, okay? You can substitute, or you cannot substitute the word which. So the suggestion which we can leave early, that doesn't really make any sense, okay? So the suggestion that we leave early, it's explaining the suggestion. It's not describing the word suggestion. It's saying what the suggestion is, okay? The suggestion that we can leave early was well received. When it's an adjective clause, okay, that clause is describing suggestion or describing the noun. So let's look at this. The suggestion that we contributed was well received, okay? So this one, you can substitute the word which for the word that, and that makes sense. So the suggestion which we contributed was well received. So we know that this clause is describing suggestion. It's saying which suggestion, the suggestion that we contributed. Does everyone see the difference between the adjective clause and the appositive clause? Well, adjective and nouns. Okay, good. So let's do some work on the board. Okay, let's practice this. Let's look at the first sentence. We do not know where we will live in Memphis. Okay, who can tell me what my clause is in this sentence? Where we will live in Memphis. Okay, so make sure you guys know that clauses include all of its modifiers. So in this case, in Memphis is part of a modifier going back to will live. Okay, it's describing where we're going to live. Okay, so where we will live in Memphis is my entire clause. Now, how do we determine that what kind of clause this is? Sorry? Okay, you found the subject and the verb. Okay, what is the subject and the verb in the main clause, in the independent clause? Ian? Not the dependent, in the independent clause, the one that can stand on its own. We is your subject. Okay, do, know actually is my verb. Not is a what? Adverb. Good. Not is used as an adverb. So my subject is we do know. Now, how do I figure out what clause where we will live in Memphis is? Okay. Is there an antecedent that it's going to? Is it describing anything? No. So if it's not describing anything, there has to be a person, place, thing, or idea, or it has to be existing or just functioning as something else if it's not describing. So since it is functioning as, it has a function, we need to determine what that function is. So if it's not describing anything, it can't be an adverb or an adjective, correct? So what can it only be? A noun. Good. So this is a noun clause. Now who can raise their hand and tell me what its function is? Michelle? Yeah. The D-O. Good. Because it's answering the question of who or what. Okay? So we is my subject. Do know. We do know who or what, where we will live in Memphis. So therefore, it is my direct object. Okay? Does that make sense to everybody? All right, let's look at number 2. The building where we used to meet is now for sale. What is my clause within this sentence? What was it? Where we used to meet, okay? Where we used to meet is my entire clause. Is now for sale is actually what? What is now for sale? Good. It's part of the independent clause. So within the independent clause, what is my subject, Ellie? Subject. Huh? Not sale. Hannah, what's my subject? Building. Good. Building is my subject. What is my verb, Victoria? Is. Good. What is the word now? Does anybody know? Okay, it's an adverb describing is. Okay. For sale, what is this? What phrase is this? Prepositional. Okay, my preposition is for. Sale is my OP. Okay. Now, let's look at our clause. Where we used to meet. Okay. Is it a function within the sentence? Is it describing something? Does it have an antecedent? Can anybody tell me? It's describing. Good. It is describing building. What is building? What part of speech is building? It's a noun, okay? Building is a noun. What can describe nouns? Adjective. Therefore, this whole clause is an adjective clause, okay? Is that making sense? It's not just like explaining what the building is. That's not a noun, a positive. It's describing which building. It's the building where we will meet, okay? Or where we used to meet. All right? Let's look at the third one. Our chauffeur will take you where you need to go. Okay? What is my clause within this sentence? Where you need to go, okay? Where you need to go is my clause. Okay, what is my main subject and verb in the independent clause, Tori? Chauffeur is my subject. What is my verb? Take. Okay, but make sure you guys get the verb helpers, all right? Remember how we said verbs can be action, linking, and they can also be helping. So the word will is my helping verb with take. So, Jay, can you get off your phone, please? Okay, our chauffeur will take you where you need to go. All right? Our chauffeur, subject, chauffeur will take verb, you, where you need to go. Where do you think where you need to go is describing? Or is it functioning as something? Did you say it's a noun? Why do you think it's a noun? Is it? Our chauffeur will take where you need to go. Does that make sense? Okay, so actually, you is functioning as my DO. So our chauffeur will take you. So where you need to go has to be describing something, correct? Where do you guys think describing is going to? Will take. Good. Whoops. Will take is my adverb clause describing, or where you need to go is my adverb clause describing my verb, will take. Will take where you need to go, okay? That is explaining or describing my verb. That is why it is an adverb clause. Does this make sense to everybody? Is it a little more clear? Okay, so let's go over our exercise. We didn't have any homework last night, but let's go to page number 24. Okay, page number 24, not page, exercise 24. Okay, this is kind of what we did to depict noun clauses, adjective clauses, or adverb clauses. Okay, this is something that we should have done. Did we already go over the answers for this? Okay, page 24. All right, so we did do 1 through 5, correct? Okay. So 6 through 10, okay? Whoso mocketh the poor reproacheth his maker, all right? So my clause is what class? Whoso mocketh the poor. Did we go over this yesterday? I thought we did. We did? Okay. So, well, let's just go over it one more time just to kind of reiterate these concepts. Whoso mocketh the poor is my clause. That is functioning as a what class? Subject. Therefore, it is a noun clause. Okay, so my subject is whoso mocketh the poor, reproacheth is my verb. Okay, number 7, he who lives only to benefit himself confers on the world benefit when he dies. Okay, when he dies is my clause. That is functioning as an adverb. Okay. Number 8, I know the Bible is inspired because it finds me at a greater depths of my being than any other book. That is also an adverb. There's really no antecedent there that it can be describing as an adjective clause. It's not really functioning anything. Okay, so then any other book would be an adverb clause. Number 9, it's a noun used as a PN. Okay. And then number 10 is a noun used as in a positive. So we said that that invasion of the promised land would be too dangerous is explaining what the complaint was. That's why we said it wasn't a positive, okay? Turn the page, go to page 14. We did do exercise 25, correct? Okay, so let's do exercise 26, okay? Number 1, if the italicized group is a clause, write clause in the first blank. If it is a phrase, identify the type of phrases, all right? So what did we say was a group of words that had a subject and a verb? A clause. A clause is a group of words that has a subject and a verb. Obviously, there are independent and dependent clauses that we already studied. A phrase does not have a subject and a verb. So that can be a prepositional phrase, an infinitive phrase, or a gerund. What was a gerund used as? A noun. Gerunds are nouns. What were participles? Adjectives. Good. Make sure you guys are participating as well, okay? Participles are adjectives. Prepositions can be used as nouns or adjectives or adverbs, okay? So you just have to look at the function within the sentence, okay? And number 2, in the second blank, identify whether the phrase or clause serves as a noun, an adjective, or an adverb, okay? Let's look at number 1. Whoever finishes his puzzle first will receive a prize, okay? Go ahead and do these. Okay, I'll give you a few minutes. Actually, we don't have a few minutes, so this is your homework for tonight, exercise 26, okay? Make sure you are watching for subjects and verbs within the group of words. If it has a subject and a verb, it is a clause. If it does not have a subject and a verb, it is a phrase, okay? 1 through 5. Good thing there's only 5 questions. It shouldn't be long, okay? And then you're just identifying if it's a noun, pronoun, or not, noun, adjective, or adverb, okay? You're not even deciding if it's used as a do or a subject, just a noun, adjective, or adverb, okay? So again, in your literature books, finish the story of the Book of Martyrs, okay? And then your grammar books, finish exercise 26. And then make sure you guys are but looking over your vocab books. We don't have any homework for tonight, but I do want to announce this, not next Friday, but on October the 30th, we will have a review quiz over list 1 and 2, okay? So we will review those. We'll go over the exercises, not 1 and 2, but all the lists that we've already done. So we'll have a review quiz over that, but we'll go over those and review those and do exercises in our books, okay? Other than that, if you guys have any questions, let me know, but you guys are supposed to go up to, it's the fellowship hall, right? The fellowship hall for your pictures. So go ahead and head up there. And Tori, I have this, but you can take it tomorrow, okay?
All right, Algebra 2, just real quick, what you guys are working on today is the practice section from yesterday's work. So you guys are doing practice 2.3 all questions, practice 2.3 all questions. Tomorrow you will have quiz 6 over 2.2. Quiz 6 over 2.2, so make sure you're ready for that. All right, and then distance learners, I'll see you guys later.